අරවානිවන් අවපුර තොර අකුළු ලමින් සුරකින බැවින් සිරිදලඳා සමීදු පෙමින් පරසතු කුසුම් උඩුගුවනි විසුරුවමින් පෙරහැර පවත්වති දෙවියෝ ඔබේ නමින්
ලොවට උරුම අරුම නුවර මහනුවර ඓතිහාසික කන්දරට ඇසල පෙරහර මංගල්‍යයේ තුන්හිලි රන්දෝලි පෙරහර වීදි සරන්නට සියල්ල සූදානම්. අප්‍රභාග 6 පසු වූ මිනිත්තු 51ක් වූ සුබ මුහුර්තයේ වයඹ දිසාමිබුකව පෙරහැර ගමන් ආරම්භය සිදු වූවා. සදහතුක පෙරහර කරඬුව වරම්වන්නට වාසනාලාභය හිමි කරගන්නේ ඉන්දිරාජ හස්තියා විසින්. වීදිවල සිට පෙරහැර නරඹනවා සේම ලෝවැසි දනන් හට මේ අපූර්වත් පෙරහැර නරඹන්නට ශ්‍රී දළදා මාධ්‍ය කාර්යාංශය ඔබට ඒ අවස්ථා වරඹලාභය ලබා දී තිබෙනවා. සංගවි
நன்றி அனிருத்த. கண்டி மாநகரின் பிரபல்யம் வாய்ந்த அசல பெரகராவின் 3வது ரந்தோலி பெரகரா இன்றைய தினம் ஆரம்பமாக உள்ளது. இந்திராஜ ஜானையின் மீது புத்த பெருமானின் தந்தப்பேழை பலம் வரும் காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் டயலாக் டிவி 48, பியோ டிவி 20310, ஃப்ரீசர் 2 மற்றும் தலதா மாளிகையின் முகப்புத்தகம் யூடியூப் தளங்களினூடாக பார்வையிட முடியும். நன்றி. திசரி.
Thank you, Shangavi. You're witnessing the 3rd Randoli Procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. This ceremonial procession is ready to take on to the sacred streets of Kandy with the blessings of Lord Buddha as well as the sacred tooth relic casket. This invitation goes to you all to come and witness this glamorous occasion. But if you're at home, you can still be watching this grand event by using the following channels. Channel number 310 and channel number 20 on PO TV, channel number 2 on FreeSat, channel number 48 on Dialog TV. And also, you can watch the live broadcast of Kandy Esala Perahera via the social media platforms of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Stay tuned.
Welcome you to the special live broadcast of the 3rd Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
You are now seeing the Perahara officials obtaining the permission and blessings of the Devarna Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their street perambulations.
Now, the Devarna Nilame will be making his way from the upper level or the Ihalamalaya to the lower level of the chamber known as Pathamalaya of the Vadasitina Maligaya, and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahara casket under the protection of the Custodian venerating prelate of the Askiriya Mahaviharaya towards the ceremonial tusker under much veneration, amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents and flowers, all the way from the upper chamber till it is placed on the awaiting tusker. We are now seeing the Perahara casket, which contains 32
two relics of Lord Buddha being placed within the Run Hilige that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tusker who will uplift the majesty of this great procession.
These officials are seen offering flowers and floral garlands to the Perahara casket, and this is the third Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. This offering of flowers is for the respect paid to the homage of sacred tooth relic.
And this is the devout moment when the royal tusker shall step majestically down from the Mahavahalkada, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingham music in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city. And today, the royal tusker will be Indi Raja of Sri Dalada Maligawa, and he will be accompanied by the tuskers Mian Raja and Kota Raja. You are now watching the third Randoli Procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, and this special live broadcast is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
Walking up front with the sound of thundering wisps piercing through the skies are the whip crackers, announcing that the procession has commenced. And these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king.
When looking back at history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in the Perahara. But now it is the Devadanilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahara.
The Perahara is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahara is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these wielders are the symbolic imagery to depict the sound of lightning and thunder, to pay homage to the rain gods, requesting to bless our crops and cultivations with rain.
On this year, 2024, we are witnessing the grace of the 1714th Perahara that had begun during the reign of King Kirti Sri Meghavarna. He pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year, and this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many ruling kings, prime ministers, and presidents of our country.
The whipmaster's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken in part in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to the traditions, a Perahara which does not have this pedigree are not even being called such. In single file, we see the whipmasters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural materials known as niaga and navapatta.
Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahara can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in the belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for blessings from the sacred tooth relic. And this is a beautiful tradition that highlights the basis for giving, offering and sharing among the people of our land.
It can be noticed how these whipmasters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to the various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walk down the journey of life.
While the group of whipcrackers that we saw before were trained and led by Mr. Upali Jayaratne, now we are seeing the arrival of the fire acrobats who are being trained and led by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratne.
Rain does not come with thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light, dancing across the faces of the people lining the streets to watch. These are the fireball dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with rain.
Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain. The turning of fireballs is called Pandampalia, which paints the night with varied patterns of light using both hands and feet, along with thrilling episodes of fire stunts.
Back in history, Kandy and performing arts have been classified into 5 variants, which were known as Wahala Ilangama, Singakkari Ilangama, Tambara Pittukkari Ilangama, Natum Ilangama, and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahara, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days.
Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in white national costumes, who carry the most respected flag of Buddhism while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flag bearers create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding of the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and an offering to great Lord Buddha.
A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which in here is symbolized by the national flag that was leading the army of flags.
And this group of flag bearers are being represented by the inmates of Pallikali Open Prison Camp.
It is an interesting fact from history that in the ancient times the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted in having a chance of worshipping it. Indeed, it was a thankful move by King Kirtisi Rajasinghe, who declared that the relics must be taken in procession for the public to witness and venerate in seeks for blessings.
It should be noted that the Buddhist flag that we see here is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent eternal world peace.
The colors displayed in the Buddhist flag represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma, his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated as blue for universal compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for the blessings, white for purity and liberation, and orange for the unshakable wisdom.
Following the Buddhist flag bearers, now we are seeing the arrival of a troupe of state and provincial flag bearers, and this particular group is being represented by the inmates of Pallekali Open Prison Camp.
The unique collection of flags in front of us are known as the provincial flags. These includes the uniquely designed flags for the 12 states and 9 counties that were under the rule of the ancient Kandian kingdom.
It was the tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahara with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this tradition display reminds us on the glory and the sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as Dasa Raja Dharma. It should be noted that these flag bearers, as well as the Buddhist flag bearers we saw before, they are inmates of the Pallekali Open Prison Camp. They are people who have been staying in this segment in the Perahara for many years. We should know that they too are humans just like us, who were once diverted in life in lieu of a wrongdoing that could have been a mistake of theirs or of their society. But this particular participation is a part of the ordeal in releasing them back to the society as corrected humans. Following the provincial or the district flag bearers, we now see the arrival of the brass flag bearers, who are being led by Mr. Ajit Mahendra.
If you notice carefully, the same flags we saw before are now being displayed in a metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who remind us of our proud heritage of the Kandian era.
These brass stands as metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 ancient states and the 12 counties, using its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which contains portray the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience and energy.
If you look closely, the army of officials who are carrying these stands are dressed in a white sarong and a turban with a bare upper body, which interestingly symbolizes the energetic lifestyle of our people back then in the ancient times. And they too were chosen to be represented from the ones that were practicing the traditional martial arts of Angam. Following the brass flag bearers, we are now seeing the arrival of a troupe of sword bearers who are being represented by the Angampura team of Sri Lanka Air Force.
Walking in great discipline in their calm and disciplined nature are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahara casket.
Clad in white sarong and a white headdress, this army is seen carrying the raised swords, not in warfare, but in disciplined work of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers is the historic protection that is provided with the utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. We now see the most magnificent sight of the Perahara, which is the arrival of the very first elephant who will be carrying the Ceremonial. So the first tusker of the third Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024 is the tusker Pulatisi Raja of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
It is the norm of the Perahara that the Ceremonial, or the front runner of the procession, is the first person on elephant back, and neither officials nor elephants are permitted to parade before the Ceremonial.
Clad in the traditional white costume that comprises of the white jacket and triangle hat, Ceremonial comes into view carrying the secretarial scroll known as Community. So with that being said, we are now seeing the arrival of the official heavy troupe of Sri Dalada Maligawa Kandy.
official Hevisi group of the Sri Dalada Maligawa performing dignified presence in front of the procession as a tradition which they practice with majestic skill. In fact, no Panchaturya Vadana or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds using either drums or other musical instruments is permitted before the Hevisi as per the rule of Kandy Perahera tradition.
Sri Lanka is rich with its own genres of traditional music, and Hevisi, which is dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Hevisi takes back to the time when the sapling of Jayasri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sanghamitta Therini. And this evidence marks the fact that Hevisi is the oldest traditional orchestra and Buddhist sound offering in Sri Lankan heritage.
Hevisi, as the most prominent orchestra of the fivefold musical instruments, has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of the country, known as the Upcountry, Low Country, and Sabaragamawa. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of upcountry traditional arts, wherefore this particular Hevisi instrumental performance belongs to the upcountry tradition of Hevisi, which is known as Udarata Hevisi in Sinhalese. We are now seeing the arrival of Gajayaka Nilame, who is being carried by the second elephant of the night, who is the tusker Singharaja of Sri Dalada Maligawa, who is a frequent participant and a special icon of Sri Dalada Perahera, who the onlookers
have always been waiting to see.
The Gajayaka Nilame is the official in charge of the king's troop of elephants, and it was a position given by the king directly to himself to symbolize this ancient degree. The Gajayaka Nilame, who is attired in the traditional Sinhala Mulandum, majestically approaches on a tusker while holding the ankus or the ankusaya.
You are now seeing a panoramic view of Sri Dalada Maligawa Kandy, which has been illuminated to celebrate the greatest cultural festival of the year, Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. With that being said, you are now seeing the arrival of a Kotalapadaya dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Kotalapadaya is one of the most gentle dance performances of the upcountry tradition of dance, which is the traditional dance of purity. The dancers carry a pot of saffron water on one hand and an areca nut flower on the other hand, and this dance symbolizes puring the root in which the sacred relic casket shall be carried. Following the Kotalapadaya dance troupe, we are now seeing the arrival of the tusker Miyan Kumara of Bellanvila Rajmahawihara, and Miyan Kumara is carrying an official who's carrying a Buddhist flag which symbolizes the Buddhist affiliation of Perahara. And following Miyan Kumara, this is the arrival of the Malpadaya dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. W. M. Dayananda. The Malpadaya dance performance, which is also known as the Polmal, Malhatpadaya and Madhuparaya, is also a ritualistic dance performance that has its variants across the traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamu, and this act is of the upcountry tradition that originates from the Kohumbakan Karya healing ritual.
Kanishka and Kajini, we can see so many young performers this year, and we noticed that in previous Kumbal processions we saw so many young performers making their debut in Kandy Esala Perahera, taking Kumbal processions as their stages to gain confidence and practice their skills to pay homage to the sacred tooth relic.
Yes, Pasasna. Now we can see the polmala or the coconut flower in the flower is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruka or national tree of bounty, which denotes prosperity. In fact, the national emblem of Sri Lanka consists of a vase of coconut flowers known as punkalasa that is considered as the national symbol of prosperity.
This year, Kandy Esala Perahera is taking place for the 1714th time. And this special broadcast of the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada, Maligawa. And now you are seeing the arrival of the tusker Sindhu of Malvatu Mahavihara, and Sindhu is carrying two officials who are holding canopies that symbolize protection to the sacred tooth relic. Tonight, the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024 commences at the auspicious hour of 6:51 p.m. heading towards the auspicious direction of northwest, taking the streets of E.L. Senanayaka Street, Sir Bennett Street, Yatinura Street, Prince Street, and heading towards the King Street. And now we are seeing a dance performance of Savarang Dance Act, who are being represented by the Nalanda Buddhist College.
Dance items which involve these tassels are quite often in the Perahara, but this is not the usual Chamara dance we witnessed on the Kumbal processions earlier. This dance, which is recognized as the Savarang dance, is similar to Chamara but with the difference in the prop that is being used.
dancers consist of not one but two tussles attached on both its ends, which makes it a longer version of the chambre instrument. However, the savarama too is meant to serve the same purpose as the chambre, which is to fan and cool the impending icon of worship, which was traditionally the king, and today the relic casket or the reliquaries of God.
choreography of this folk dance that's styled of the upcountry tradition is designed to symbolize fanning that is performed using different dance steps, different stanzas, and the visual beauty that is created by these tussles in motion are surely a soothing sight to the eye. The dance is performed as a team, and just as other folk dance performances, this dance too shows several episodes of breaking down into subgroups during the performance.
Following the Savaran dance troupe, we are seeing the arrival of a very frequent participant of Kandy Esala Perahera, who is the elephant Banda, who belongs to the Devotees Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala. And Banda has been a very frequent participant of the Perahera. And he can be seen folding his trunk as a very special symbol or a very special habit which had been given to the elephants of Sri Lanka since the ancient times. And this shows its great discipline as a frequent participant of Kandy Esala Perahera. Banda is carrying two officials who are holding canopies, as mentioned, that symbolize the protection to the sacred tooth relic. And the next up in line, we have a Thalam dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Sumarratna of Chandananda Buddhist College, Kandy.
The thalampata, or the small set of cymbals, are a vital instrument used in all forms of traditional dance in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the pace and rhythm of the dance. That is technically mentioned as the Titmatraya.
considers these little cymbals as the main prop itself, where the dancers play the cymbals in the denoted rhythm, which aligns the footwork and the hand movements accordingly.
Performers dash these cymbals in the choreographed rhythm and perform a dance that creates both horizontal and vertical line movements in this space using the right moves that are designed in maintaining the cultural element of the act.
Have not failed to add beauty to the visual appearance of the dance through their costumes and props. We see vibrant and bright colored costumes being worn by these artists, and also the two bright colored sheets of cloth that are attached to both ends of the thala certainly creates a picturesque attraction as it swings through air when the dancers use the thala.
Is an instrument that is made of metal, that is traditionally a mix of brass and bronze, which once again reminds us how performing arts are not just the only participant talent of the Perahara, but even the talented brass-smiths of Sri Lanka are celebrated in this great pageant.
It is evident that the dance we see here are not an individual representation, but of a group. The interesting feature regarding the teamwork behind this dance is the presence of a leader who we see not only from the audience but in reality. The publicly unidentified yet present leader is the one who directs the entire team in their own ways of communication throughout the Perahara.
And following the Thalam dance troupe, we now see yet another frequent participant of Kandy Esala Perahera, who is the tusker Raju that belongs to Askiri Mahavihara.
Prasasna, there is a notable difference in the dresses of the elephant that we saw from the Kumbal Perahara to Randoli. So would you like to elaborate on it?
Exactly, Kanishka. So Randoli Perahara is more of color and elegance compared to the charming and the modest nature of Kumbal Procession. And not only the clothes and the colors, when it comes to dance acts too, you will see much more color and vibrance when it comes to Randoli Perahera. Yes. With that being said, we we are now welcoming the arrival of a Nayandi dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Vasanta Rajangana and Mr. Vasanta Gunadilakara.
The Nayandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition that holds a very prominent position in Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during the Kumbal Perahara festival.
The specific step that we are seeing right now is called Narumatriya, which is performed using the bottom part of the dress that these dancers are wearing. The speciality of this Nayandi dance is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandyan dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer. And so going back to the story and the connection between Nayandi and the West dance, any dance artist who aspired to be crowned as a Kandyan West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandyan West dancer with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taking the shape of a cobra.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to classification of Rabana. With that being said, we are now seeing the arrival of a duo of elephants who are Gajayaka of Moranwata Devala Yakkalu and Taraka of Rankadu Devala Kadilala. And Gajayaka and Taraka are carrying two officials who are holding the Burmese flags. Kajani, Kanishka and this special elephant Gajayaka is in fact one of the tallest elephants in Sri Lanka right now, and he's been taking part of Kandy Esala Perahera from the very start this year. So it is great to see him today as well in this third Randoli procession. And the next dance act we are now seeing is a Paturu dance performance. These performers are being trained and led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of Sri Dalada, Maligawa.
Paturu is an upcountry style folk dance act that is known for the fast tempo when compared to other folk dance acts that is performed in our country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as paturu on one hand, and they perform to the beat of the upcountry gataberia drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designated parts of the body.
If you look for a second, the Paturu dance may explicitly seem as if it is a singular choreograph. But if we pay our attention, it would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka. Walking towards us with a great majesty is the elephant Salia of Mahiyangana Rajamahavihara. Salia is carrying yet again two officials who are holding canopies that symbolize the protection. Salia is one of the most gorgeous elephants that we see in Kandy Esala Perahera this year. And next up, this is a Rabana dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Aryapala Vijayamana.
The Rabana or the hand tambourine is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka. But this is no such dance even though we see the presence of the tambourine in play. This performance, which involves spinning of the tambourine, which makes it more of a sporting performance than a dance item, and that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or Raban Krida in Sinhalese.
There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka. We have the Maharabana or Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindu Rabana that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu, and the Atrabana, which we see now, which is the most promptly seen in dance-related performances. We also hear a version of the Karakavima Rabana or spinning trampoline, which is the same Atrabana with a dent curved in its middle.
The spinning game of Raban can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are of different age levels, young and senior, who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning to spin various objects.
Now we can see that they spin the Rabana in their long, flexible cane sticks in great balance. And the highlighted episode of this act is when they throw the tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Rabana back on their sticks or from their hands, with no room for failure. Each such succeeded attempt is applauded with cheer from the onlookers as it seemed impossible to the common eye.
And seeing these very much young performers performing this task or the act with great mastery and practice proves how Perahara traditions are passed down from generation to generation and how they fulfill their duties with such veneration and devotion. Coming towards us while dancing to the beats of the drums. This is the elephant Madhu of Mutiyangana Rajamaha Viharaya. Following Madhu, this is the arrival of a troupe of thumb at thumb performers who are being trained and led by Mr. Sujit Anand.
The thumb-atom, also known as the pokurubere in Sinhalese and the kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument of the Hevisi ensemble that takes a predominant position in the Perahara as the main sound offering towards the impending requeries of worship. However, this act celebrates the thumb-atom as an individual performance, excluding any other musical instrument we saw on the Hevisi troupe.
The amazing feature about this thumb-at-thumb performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Thammattam, which is evidently why it is recognized as the Thammattam Nattum or the Thammattam dance. This is truly the fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with.
And following the Thammattam dance troupe, this is the arrival of the elephant Kandulavira, who belongs to Sankapetti Viharaya, Kaduvela. Compared to the Kumbal processions we witnessed earlier, Kanishkar, we see so many elephants. Many additions of elephants and tuskers to these Randoli processions. And next up, this is a legally dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of Chandananda Buddhist College, Kandy.
Lekeli is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry traditions that consist of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands, who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs or at times groups.
Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture for the audience, but the origin of the exact movements performed can be guessed at the ancient practices for the war battles among the folk lifestyles. As the name of the dance itself with the word Kelia translates to battle.
The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Lekeli dance creates a sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connects the folk dance with the previously told affiliation with war rehearsing. You are now watching the third Randoli Procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, and this special live broadcast is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
The Lekeli is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is proved by the evidence that is still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of the Ambake Kataragama Devala that belongs to the Gampala era portrays a pictorial carving that illustrates a Lekelia performance.
Walking towards us in a dashing blue costume, this is the elephant Vichitaraja, who belongs to Dimbulagala Vihara. Kanishkar, Kajini, did you know that Perahara is symbolic of rain? And these elephants that we see as a major icon of Perahara, they are symbolic of the clouds or the rainy clouds which fill the sky before rain. And yes, now we have come to witness a dance performance of Pantheru, who are being led and trained by. The dance performers are being trained and led by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri of Upcountry Dance faculty.
The Pantheru is a musical instrument that is used as a rhythm tool across three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragama. And to note, the Pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or the upcountry tradition of dance.
And following the Pantheru dance troupe, we now seeing the first female representation of elephants today. So these two she elephants are, one is Ganga from Ganga Ramaya Hunupitiya, and the other one is the she elephant Devmini, belongs to Sambodhi Viharaya Club. Devmini and Ganga are carrying two officials who are holding canopies in the shape of a cobra. This is the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, which is taking place for the 1714th time since its history. And the next in line, this is a troupe of sword dancers who are being trained and led by Mr. Hasindu Gunawardana of Faculty of Upcountry Dance.
The Kadunatuma or the sword dance is not at all meant to promote violence in this Perahara. That is meant to reflect the love, peace and care that is preached by the doctrine of Lord Buddha.
This dance is actually meant to be a tribute and to illustrate the bravery of our ancient Sri Lankan warriors.
These warriors that we represent by this sword dance or the Kadunatuma, they are the ones who risk their lives to protect Sri Lanka as a nation. And this dance is in fact a dramatic choreography of a dance which uses the props of the Kaduwa, the sword, and the paliha, which is the shield, where the dancers present a fictional battle that is displayed using the choreographed dance steps, which are unique to the folk dance styles of the upcountry tradition. One could notice how the facial expressions of these dancers show an abundance of bravery and courage to ignite the true momentum of this play. And if we listen carefully, we can listen to the singing of Hatan Kavi or battle-oriented poetry, in which its lyrics speak of the bravery, courage and victorious energy of our ancient warriors. And we are now seeing the arrival of another she-elephant who is carrying two officials. One is holding a canopy and the other one is holding a Buddhist flag. And following that, we are now seeing the arrival of a troupe of Udak dancers. And this particular dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. M.B. Thennakorn.
Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself. Just like the Udak that we see here in this dance performance, we do not just see this performance playing the Udak, but they also perform a dance. Interestingly, do sing at the same time, which makes this Udaki dance act a triple infusion of art.
The Udakia is an hourglass-shaped hand drum that belongs to the Ardhata category of the Panchathura, since it is played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in traditional Kandyan attire and dances while playing this instrument along with recitals that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha.
And following the Udak dance troupe, we're now seeing two she-elephants, Rani of Gonakungura and another Rani from Kandy Devala Velambata, and they're carrying two officials who are holding Burmese flags. And following the two Ranis, we are now seeing the arrival of a troupe of mixed folk dance performers who are being trained and led by Mr. P.C.B. Vijaysurya.
Traditional dancing in Sri Lanka is segregated into two main types, which are the Shastriya Natum or dance performances that are based on healing rituals, and the other being Gami Natum or folk dance performances. The dance that we are seeing now is a remarkable fusion of not just one, but 4 different folk dance performances being done simultaneously under the same spotlight.
Here we see dance artists presenting 4 different folk dances, which are the Talampota, the Lekeli, Rabana and the Savara, which we could see being performed as individual dance items across all 5 segments of this majestic Perahara. And this dance act is certainly a snapshot of the beauty of the Sri Lankan folk culture.
Folk dancing is also known as Jananatum or Gaminatum, which are dance items that represent the culture of the native village lifestyles of Sri Lanka. These dance acts have no ritualistic regulations that need to be strictly adhered. because these dances do not need to be strictly adhere to the dance rules, there is a lot of space and freedom to creativity. And with that being said, we are now seeing the arrival of the great tusker Vasana of Kataragama Devala, being accompanied by the two elephants, Raja of Heddimulla and Punchibanda of Horana. This is the special live broadcast of the third Randoli Procession of Kandy Esala Perahara 2024, which is taking place for the 1714th time. And this broadcast is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. To note about this year's Kandy Esala Perahara, it was started on the 10th of August with the first Kumbal procession, and we had 5 Kumbal processions until the 14th of August, and starting from the 15th of August we are now witnessing the Randoli processions, which will take place until the 19th, where it would be the grand closing of Kandy Esala Perahara 2024 with the grand Randoli procession. And with the auspicious message of the impending arrival of the tusker who will be carrying the sacred tooth relic casket, we are now seeing the arrival of the first West troop tonight, who are being led by Mr. Ishanta Ihalawala and Mr. Lasantha Vansekara.
The most unique and most recognized presentation of the Kandyan dance heritage is the most fully adorned West Natua, or the Kandyan West dancer. The Kandyan dancer's skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture. In fact, it is this icon of the West dancer who is the branding identity of the traditional Sri Lankan dancing across the 7 seas, despite the presence of many artistic dance performances that are authentic to the Sri Lankan traditional dance.
And that speciality of this dance item itself should be the reason, Kanishkar, that we are seeing these dancers welcoming the arrival of the ceremonial tusker.
Pasasna, it is amusing to hear that this is the same picture that is illustrated on anyone's mind when they hear the phrase Sri Lankan dance, which we could be certainly proud of.
Indeed, Kanishka. A unique attribute among all these performers and elephants who are taking part in the Perahara is being prudent in three virtuous qualities. First, being faithful to the task. Second, being disciplined in what they do. And of course, third, being skilled in practice of what they do. Such virtues accumulate to ignite the devotion bestowed upon the Perahara. Dressed in the white Tupotia costume, this is the Kataragama Devala, who is the royal official that holds responsibility for all engagements in regard to the offerings, the Perahara and the relic casket. And this is the most awaited moment of the third Randoli procession tonight, the arrival of the ceremonial tusker Indiraja of Sri Dalada Maligawa, who is being accompanied by Raja of Raja Mahavihara and Mian Raja of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Let us take a moment to feel the devotion to pay our respect to the sacred tooth relic.
This is the chamber of versifiers of the Kavikara Madhur, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments, including the Panterua and the Udak. And the speciality of the Kavikara Madhur is these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out of the relic chamber.
Following the most sacred moment of this Perahara, we see the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps that symbolize an offering to the relic casket.
The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahara. A plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and the modest behavior that is expected out of a true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees.
There are several forms of offering that the Sri Lankan Buddhists pledge as puja towards the Buddha, and one of its prominent offerings are flowers and incense sticks which offer fragrance to the Buddha, and oil lamps which offer light. We see both flowers and lamps in the hands of the devotees, which interpret this episode of the Perahara as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket.
And now we can see how the moon and the whole environment is preparing to the grand celebration of the final and the grand Randoli procession, which will be taking place within few days. And that would be the closing of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024.
Pasasna we spoke about how the Perahara involves with rain, and here This particular episode, where the offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic is also highlighted.
Exactly. An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajavata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The Kingdom of Sinkadagala. The procession of the month of Asala, held from times ago in favor of the gods above, led by grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities. The Perahara shall perambulate, just as the kings did commemorate. So, this is the arrival of the second West troop tonight, who are being trained and led by Mr. Sanjeeva Berapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena. And this particular West troop are assigned with the duty of welcoming the arrival of the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, who will resemble the king in this modern day Perahara.
The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred recitation for the protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these dancers are also considered sacred. This most glamorous costume symbolically represents the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalya, which is a healing ceremony that was held 2500 years ago.
It was in the 4th century BC when the first ever Hatapas Mangalaya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a dividos or godly curse that has been bestowed upon King Panu, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tambapani. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Kuveni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandyan dancing, which is quite interesting to know.
Indeed, Kajani. It is fascinating to know that a dance performance which possesses a great history like that still continues to be performed by various artists who are actually engaged in different professions in real life throughout the entire year. They come together in this month of August to fulfill their duty as the Kandyan West dancers, as well as to fulfill their duty to their lineages, to perform in Kandy Esala Perahera. These West dancers are assigned with the esteemed duty of welcoming the arrival of the Devadan Nilami, the lay custodian of sacred tooth. We now see the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, the 19th Devadan Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing in a true sense of ancient royalty to the Perahara.
The Devadan Nilame is the royal official who granted water to the kings in the history, and is now designated as the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which marks him one of the truly respected leaders in Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
The Devadan Nilame shall walk under the Muthukudu, or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards. And he will be followed by the Vidanes that you are seeing right now, or the chieftains of the 10 associated villages of Sri Dalada Maligawa. This army of guards to the Devadan Nilame are being represented by the Angampura team of Sri Lanka Air Force. As that marks the end of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession of 3rd Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera, this is the moment that in which we witness the commencement of the Sri Natha Devala Perahara. This is the devout moment in which the godly ornaments of Lord Natha is being carried out from the shrine and placed on the elephant or the tusker to take part in the street perambulations. And as the commencing act of Sri Natha Devala procession, we're now seeing the arrival of a group of Buddhist flag bearers. And these Buddhist flag bearers are being represented by the officials of Civil Defence Department of Sri Lanka.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal stripes represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical stripes represent eternal world peace.
While we are witnessing the commencement of Sri Natha Devala procession, Kajni, would you like to take us back to the story of Sri Natha Devala?
Yes, Pasasna. The Sri Natha Devala in Kandy is located right in front of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Natha. And it's one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of Natha Devala is the first to follow the Randoli Perahera due to the belief that God Natha is the next in line to attain Buddhahood.
The premises of the Sri Natha Devala in Kandy is recognized since as the Jaya Bhumi, or the land with luck, since the time of our ancestors, based on the indication by an ancient Brahmin named Senkanda. According to the legend, this sage Senkanda had once visited the land and had witnessed a hare being chased by a pack of wolves, and with a flick of a moment, the hare had managed to chase the entire pack of wolves by itself just as it entered this land. Interestingly, it was because of the same Brahmin that evoked the name of Senkadagala to the city of Kandy.
The well-known fact behind God Natha is the belief that he is next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as Avalokiteshvara in Indian cults. The iconography of God Natha is shown as a gentle young man of fair complexion who holds a lotus flower on his left hand.
And this is the arrival of the official heavy troupe of Sri Natha Devala Kandy, who are being led by Mr. S.Y.G. Vijayasena.
Just like how the heavy troupe of Sri Dalada Maligawa procession engages in their own routine offering, the heavy troupe of the 4 Devala Peraharas are the actual lineages who still perform in the daily, weekly, monthly and the annual rites and the rituals of the particular Devalaya. As Hevisi is not just a part of the Sri Dalada Maligawa ritual, but is also similarly important to the offerings of the Devala shrines as the main Sabda Puja or offering towards the respective god. Interestingly, the tunes that are played by these ensembles are the ones that are unique to the respective Devalaya.
If we go back to the legend of God Natha, it takes us down through many cults in Buddhism, including the Mahayana and Theravada traditions, where he is predominantly associated as the future Buddha. In the Sri Lankan history, there are recorded evidence and the mentions of God Natha in the Sandesha of Tisara, Gira, and Kovil, where God Natha was one of the prime deities who were seeked by the ancient kings of Sri Lanka.
It is fascinating to know how all of the blend of these instruments individually contribute to the symphonic sound of the overall ensemble.
And also, it is very important to note that this specific heavy troupe or the musical ensemble are the ones who are assigned with the duty of offering sound to daily, monthly and yearly rituals at Sri Natha Devala.
Pasasna, another important fact is the tone of heavy C is believed to be spiritually the healing for ills and creates an immense satisfaction when being heard by devoted people.
And following the heavy troupe, we are now about to witness the arrival of the first elephant of Sri Natha Devala procession, who is the elephant Rohana, and he's carrying an official who is holding the flag of God Natha, And it is a tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of God Natha shall carry this unique flag that is described as the flag of Sinkadakala, which depicts the artistic visualization of God Natha, as we mentioned. So this is a legally dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Upali Dharmaratna.
Pasasana, apart from the Sri Lankan concept of Lekeli dance, which we identified as an upcountry folk dance, we see much similar versions in other neighboring cultures, and some of them could be identified as Dandiya, which is the main folk dance of Gujarat state of India.
And following the Lekile dance troupe, this is the arrival for Pantheru dance troupe, who are being trained and led by Mr. Ruwan Mara Singha.
An amazing fact behind the Sri Mahanatha Devala is that it was the sacred site which was used for the naming and crowning of the new kings during the ancient Kandyan era.
Riding on the second elephant of the night, we are now seeing the arrival of the Gajayaka Nilame of Sri Mahanatha Devala procession, and this particular elephant is Vijay Nilmini elephant of Balangoda. And next up we are seeing a Tammattang dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Ridhi Gamajagat.
To continue the amazing fact behind the Sri Mahanatha Devala, the history says the inheritors of the crown would customarily visit the Vishnu Devala first and then arrive at the Sri Mahanatha Devala to pick their favored name as the king among the golden nameplates and then be crowned amidst all worship and respect.
Next in line, we are now witnessing the performance of Savarang dance performers who are being trained and led by Mr. Dilshan Shalika. The sweet tune of that is blown using the flute is very mesmerizing to the ear. And the tunes we hear from these flutes are in fact specific poems that are exclusively written for the Savarang dance, known as Savarang Kavi. One may think that these tassels in the tool of Savarama that these dance performers are holding are artificial crafts, but they are not. In fact, this is known to be the tail hair of the Semara deer who lives in the tip of the Himalayan mountains, which is used as the fanning tool of royalty since the very ancient times. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than the air fanned by the Semara tail, and that is why this fanning using these tassels are sometimes known as Semara Salima. And following the Savarang dance troupe, this is the arrival of a Paturu dance troupe. This is actually the second Paturu dance performance that we are witnessing today, and this particular dance troupe is adding much color and glamour to the Sri Mahanatha Devala procession.
Speaking of folk dances in Sri Lanka, we are able to notice several notable characteristics such as simplicity, the group collaboration, using of props, enjoyment and recital of poems. In fact, the building blocks of rural folk dancing implies the social connection between the villages, where the dancing acts too include several episodes of interaction among them.
And next up, we are seeing the arrival of the elephant Sadev Raja. And Sadev Raja is carrying an official dressed in white traditional costume of Raja Anduma, and the official is holding a canopy. And next up, we are seeing the arrival of an Udak dance troupe. And this dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Dhammika Tennakon.
If we go back to the legend of the Sri Natha Devala, it is believed that the Sri Natha Devala is built as an offering towards the god Natha by King Vikramabahu III. And the royal buildings, including the palace, had then been built in its surroundings. The Devala is built in the form of a Gedige Devala, which is of an Indian architectural style.
And following the Udaki dance troupe, we're now seeing a Nayandi dance troupe glamorizing the Natha Devala, Sri Natha Devala procession. And this Nayandi dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Indika Pradeep Valikumbura.
Many professional Kandyan dancers who perform the West dance in the Khomba Kankarya, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer would only perform the Nayandi dance in other social gatherings, just as the Perahara itself. And following the Nayandi dance troupe, this is the arrival of a Rabana dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Anjana Gamge. The Rabana, or the hand trampoline, is a very popular object used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka, known as the Rabang Natuma.
The Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity Belonging to the Arthata classification of traditional musical instruments, both the Rabana and the boom-madia, which are drums played only using bare hands, are used in the agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. And this is the arrival of the West Dance troupe of Sri Natha Devala procession, who will be welcoming the impending arrival of the ceremonial tusker who will be carrying the godly ornaments of good Natha. This particular West troupe is being led and trained by Mr. Vishnu Devala Pittiya.
The well-known fact behind God Natha is the belief that he is next in line to attain Buddhahood as the Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as the Avalokiteshvara in the Indian cults. The iconography of God Natha is shown as a young gentleman of a fair complexion.
And this is the chief priest of Sri Natha Devala leading the way to the ceremonial elephant Bandara, who will be carrying the casket that holds the godly ornaments of Lord Natha, and he will be accompanied by the she elephant Kuweni and Vaurukannala elephant. And this is the second West troupe. This is the second West troupe that we will be seeing in the Sri Natha Devala procession today, and this special West troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Asanka Karunaratna, and they're assigned with the duty of welcoming the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Natha Devala.
If we go back to the legend of Sri Natha Devala, the Devala is built in the form of Gajayaka Devala, which is of Indian architectural style during the Gampal era. That is the main shrine dedicated towards God Natha. And adjoining the main building is a smaller shrine that is dedicated to God Gamba. It is believed that the Dutch armies had used the same space as their resting place when they arrived to meet the king. Another highlight of the Natha Devala premise is the historic Ashtapala Bodhi tree that is famed as the Valbodhya, which is much worshipped by all devotees who visit the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And leading the way to the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Natha Devala, we are now seeing a group of guards who will be symbolically providing the protection, and these guards are being represented by the Civil Defence Department of Sri Lanka. And today walking through the streets in the Sri Natha Devala procession, we see the Basnayaka Nilame of Vegiriya Sri Natha Devala, Honourable Sudanta Iriyagama, as well as the Basnayaka Nilame of Dodanwala Sri Natha Devala, Honourable Akalanka Bandara Verapitiya. As that marks the end of the Sri Natha Devala procession, this is the commencement of the Sri Vishnu Devala procession of the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. And as the commencing act of Sri Vishnu Devala procession, we are now seeing the arrival of a troupe of flag bearers who are being represented by the Civil Defence Department of Sri Lanka.
The only collections of flags that are being carried in the procession of Sri Vishnu Devala would be the Palat Kodi, or the flags that represent the states and counties of Sri Lanka. According to the ancient administrative divisions that were divided in history, the reason why we see the state flags leading the procession of God Vishnu is simply to denote the fact that Lord Vishnu is the guardian deity of Sri Lanka, and his eye is being shadowed upon all these states and counties represented by these flags.
It is the ancient tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of the Sri Vishnu Devala shall carry an official holding a special flag that is affiliated to the customs of the god Vishnu, which is the Irahanda Kodiya, or the flag that illustrates the sun and the moon. And the first elephant to take part in the Sri Vishnu Devala Perahara tonight would be the elephant Haritha. And this is the arrival of the official Hevisi ensemble of Sri Vishnu Devala. And this Hevisi troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Saman Priyantha Arambekithara. The Hevisi troupe of Sri Vishnu Devala is notably special among all the other Hevisi troupes that we see throughout this procession. And one reason for this is the fact that this Hevisi troupe of Sri Vishnu Devala is the designated ensemble that is tasked with allowing the other four Devala shrines on the right to team to leave for the Diya Kapima or the water cutting ceremony, that is one of the final rituals that are conducted on the following early morning at the end of the final Randoli Perahera.
The Sri Vishnu Devala in Kandy, that is also prominently identified as the Mahadevala or the Great Shrine, is the main shrine in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Mahadevala in Kandy. The Devala is located northeast to the Sri Dalada Maligawa, which is accessed easily via the Rajavidya and is considered as the most prominent religious site in Kandy.
On the mount of the second elephant, Suranimala, we now see the arrival of the Gajayaka Nilame of Sri Vishnu Devala. Closely, we can see that we often see the color of blue in Sri Vishnu Devala procession. This is because the blue color is believed to be the color of the skin complexion of Lord Vishnu. Next in line, it is the arrival of the Lee Kelly dance troupe, who are being trained and led by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe.
The Paravi Sandesha anthology that was written in the 15th century describes Lord Vishnu as the destroyer of Asura, which hints a believed similarity between Lord Vishnu and Rama of the great Indian epic of Ramayana. Interestingly, the poetic anthology that was written in the 19th century calls the shrine as the Rama Devala, or the shrine that is dedicated to Rama. This is even more evident with the cloth painting the Sri Vishnu Devala possesses, which illustrates the battle of Rama and Rabana.
Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly being worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees.
Yes, and on the mount of the third elephant, Muthiyangane Muthu, we are now seeing an official dressed in white traditional mullanduva. And this is again an aerial wave of Sri Dalada Maligawa premises, which has been lighted up and illuminated to celebrate this great cultural sensation. And you are privileged with the opportunity to watch this live broadcast from your homes through particular TV channels and social media platforms. And with that being said, this is the arrival of the Pantheru dance troupe of Sri Vishnu Devala Procession, and this dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. K.P. Dharmasiri.
It is believed that the Sri Vishnu Devala in Kandy was built by King Senarath in between 1604 to 1635. During the time in which the Uppulwan Devala in Alutnur was destroyed by the Portuguese in the midst of their Kandian invasion.
As we are watching the Pantheru dance performance, the Sri Vishnu Devala Procession Kanishkar, we cannot forget the connection between the Pantheru and Lord Vishnu. And it is in fact the Pantheru is the Chakrayuda or Sudarshana Chakra of Lord Vishnu. And this is the arrival of the elephant Damunupola, and following the Damunupola elephant, this is the arrival of the Sawarang dance troupe, who are being led and trained by Mr. Ruan Talgahagoda. This Savarang dance troupe is actually being represented by the Nityatal dance school, and this particular dance school has been taking part as the Savarang dance troupe of Sri Vishnu Devala Perahera for many years. And the most fascinating fact that we hear about this dance academy is that the Talgahagoda lineage of dancers have been in presence ever since the time of King Walagamba. Next in line, we are seeing another elephant, and on the mount of the elephant there are two officials, yet again carrying two canopies to symbolize protection towards the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu. And this is the arrival of an Udak dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Kondadaniye Samansiri.
To continue the story behind Sri Vishnu Devala, it is believed with the rulers of Nayakar clan who are of the Indian origin took over Sri Lanka, the Uppulvan Devalaya was transformed to a Vishnu Devalaya based on their origins of belief.
We witness the beauty of this Udaki performance in Sri Dalada Maligawa procession as well. And if we talk about this specific instrument, Udaki is an hourglass shaped hand drum that belongs to the Atata category of the Panchaturiya Nadaya, since it is played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in the traditional Kandian attire. The dancers, while playing this instrument along with recitals that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha. The red ribbon known as savarang that is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum is actually the control of the drum's rhythm and in midst of the dancers dancing. And the elephants that you are seeing on the screen are the elephants Mudunkot as well as Gamunu Kandula. And following the duo of elephants, we are now seeing the arrival of the first West dance troupe who are glamorizing the Sri Vishnu Devala procession, and this West dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Sarath Tekanayaka. They are designated with the esteemed task of welcoming the arrival of the ceremonial elephant who will be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu. Today, the ceremonial elephant who will be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu would be the tusker Ekadanta, and he will be accompanied by the she-elephant Biyagamarani and the she-elephant Alapata Vasana. And this is the chief priest and the Nagasingham instrumentalist leading the way to the ceremonial elephant will be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu. And let us take a moment to feel the devotion and worship the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu. As we felt the devotion and we paid our respect to the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu, this is the arrival of the second West dance troupe who will be accompanying the Basnayaka Nilame, who will be gracing the Sri Mahavishnu Devala procession of the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. This particular West dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Kondadeniye Samansiri.
Lord Vishnu is believed to be dark in skin tone, which is the reason why his illustration is shown in the color of blue. His appearance illustrates Lord Vishnu sitting on the mythical bird Garuda, known as the Gurula in Sri Lankan context, holding a lotus flower, mace, conch shell and Sudarshana Chakra in his four hands. Ahead of the great five-headed cobra named Sisha, these elements have now become the unique features of this Perahara segment, where we see the dominance of the color blue throughout this Perahara of Sri Mahavishnu Devala and his godly weapons being used as an illustration on the elephant costumes too.
Lord Vishnu is known by 108 other names, including Hari, Madhava, Venkateshwara and Narayana.
Now you're seeing these West dancers performing the special step called Narumadrya, where they dance while holding the tail cloth of their costume.
The concept of Trinity in Hinduism, which is known as Trimurtiya, consists of three main gods. They are namely the Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world. Apart from the Trimurti, another similar concept of Hinduism, known as Martha, involves Lord Vishnu, where 5 deities including Lord Shiva, Lord Shakti, Lord Ganesh and Lord Surya, and Lord Vishnu himself, which promotes the equal faith to all 5 of these deities.
Today, the Sri Vishnu Devala procession will be graced by the Basnaga Nilami of Hangurankita Sri Vishnu Devalaya, Honorable Abhita Ratnayaka. As it marks the end of the Sri Vishnu Devala procession, let us witness the commencement of the Sri Kataragama Devala procession. This is the devout moment in which the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama being carried out from the shrine to be placed on the mount of the ceremonial elephant, who shall take part in the street perambulations. This is the 3rd Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, and this special broadcast is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. Opening the way to the Sri Kataragama Devala procession, these are a troupe. This is a troupe of flag bearers who are being represented by Civil Defence Department of Sri Lanka.
The Sri Kataragama Devala in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy. And the speciality of Sri Kataragama Devala being the only out of the Satara Mahadevalaya or the 4 shrines that is located outside the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And this is the entrance of the official heavy troupe of Sri Kataragama Devala, who are being trained and led by Mr. P.V. James, who belongs to Lalita Kala Aesthetic Academy.
And as stated before, the Sri Kataragama Devala is located in the Kotugadalla Vidya, which was once known as the Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty.
Heavy troupe of Sri Kataragama Devala too is quite notable when compared to the other troupes of Hevisi. This is due to the difference in its tune and tempo. The style of Hevisi not just depends on the regional or situational variances but also varies among the several lineages that perform this traditional duty. This Hevisi troupe that leads the procession of the Sri Kataragama Devala is hailing from the lineage of P.V. James Guru Nanse is distinguished for its faster tempo that is similarly unique to the customs of the rituals affiliated towards Lord Kataragama, and it is also by carrying the large windpipe known as kombua, which we did not witness in other parts of the procession.
The shrines dedicated to gods are referred as Kovil or Devala in general Sinhalese, but has its own differentiation based on the practiced culture and traditions. Kovils are usually managed with pure Tamil cultured practices of Hinduism, while Devalas have a certain degree of Sinhala Buddhist influence behind them. Kataragama, or the god of war, is a divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara or Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as Kandasuridu or Kadira or Kataragama Deviyo in his Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deities who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands.
It is believed that Lord Kataragama is the younger son of Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati, and he is considered as an important deity in the Indian subcontinent since ancient times, worshipped as Mahasena and Kumara in North India, and is predominantly worshipped in the state of Tamil Nadu and other parts of South India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Malaysia and Mauritius. And leading the way in the Sri Kataragama Devala procession, now seeing the arrival of the very first elephant, Godagama Rani, who is carrying an official holding the Rabana flag. Just like the other gods, Lord Kataragama too has a weapon unique to himself known as the Velayudaya, along with the other symbols such as the peacock and the color red. According to Richard Gombrich, Skanda has been an important deity in the Theravada Buddhist Nathan in countries such as Sri Lanka and Thailand. And next up, we see the arrival of the Pantheru dance troupe, who are being trained and led by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe of Helakala Aesthetic Academy. And on the mount of the second elephant, Podiraju, who belongs to Mr. Chamila Bandara of Bandaranayaka Valawa, Gannoruwa. This is the Gajayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala.
Among the many different ankushas that were seen throughout the Perahara, thus far the held by the Gajayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala is very special, as it is believed to be the very same ankush that was used many years ago during the time of King Rajadi Rajasingha.
And following the Gajayaka Nilame, this is the arrival of the Savarang dance troupe, who are being trained and led by Mr. A. Suraj Madhushan Pereira of Divyanjali Aesthetic Academy.
The legend of Lord Kataragama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to the story, Lord Kataragama had witnessed a tribal young girl named Valli from the southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka, with whom he fell in love with. In order to win Valli as his consort, he has reached Sri Lanka via the shores of Deondara in Matara and reached the city of Kataragama in search for Valli.
And next up, we can see the arrival of two elephants. One is a she elephant called by the name Hiruni, and the other one is the elephant Kesara, and both of these elephants belong to Mr. Ajit Galage of Hambantota. And following the duo of elephants, here is the arrival of Thalam dance troupe, who are being trained and led by Mr. Kondatheniye Samansiri of Wasala Rajasiritha Aesthetic Academy. It is important to note the colors of these costumes, Kanishkar. It seems like the colors are getting more colorful day by day as we come close to the grand Randoli procession, which will take place in few days.
Indeed, Pasasna. And when we are talking about Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy, the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala is also very famous, as it is the headquarters of shrine of Lord Kataragama that was visited by the majority of Sri Lankans from history till now. And it is believed that there is a practice of the ancient Kandians to first worship the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy before commencing their pilgrimage to the sacred city of Kataragama.
Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession is in fact a prime example or a prime evidence for the fact that Kandy Esala Perahera embraces different cultures and heritages of different ethnicities. And you are about to see that beauty of the harmony of different cultures and ethnicities. And this is a Paturu dance troupe, and this particular dance troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka. We saw this Paturu dance act quite often today, right, Kanishka?
Indeed, Pasasna.
speaking of folk dances in Sri Lanka, we are able to notice several notable characteristics such as simplicity, the group collaboration, using of props, enjoyment and recital of poems. In fact, the building blocks of rural folk dancing implies the social connections between the villages, where the dancing acts too include several episodes of interaction among them. And we are about to see the dance performance, which will add a unique color to Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession. This is the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahara 2024, which is taking place for the 1714 times since it was begun in the reign of King Kirti Megavarna. Yes, this is the Kavadi dance act, which is among the many different offerings that are made towards Lord Kataragama. It is renowned as one of the most prominent dances of devotion that is performed to impress the likings. Kavadi is in fact a Tamil word that translates to burden in English language, and this dance ritual originates from South India by the name of Kavadiyattam or burden dance. And this particular troupe of dancers are being trained and led by Mr. Indika Prasad Kularatna.
Devotees believe that Lord Kataragama is impressed by energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of its key interpretations, where this performance holds the hila, known as Kavadi or physical burden, the semicircle-shaped wooden prop with peacock feathers attached to it on their shoulders, and dance to the fast tempo music in full energy, while at times the more authentic form of Kavadi is performed without a single practice of choreography, but instead a fast-paced and highly energetic dance.
The Sri Lankan orientation of Kavadi dancing has segregated into several variants which are known as Bakti Kadi, Kiri Kadi, Agni Kadi and Paravi Kadi, which have their unique features different to each other. And what we see here in this procession tonight is a variant of Bakti Kadi, where the uniqueness of this variant is the concept that the hillock is made unto much purified practices and is lifted only after being offered to God with 120 peacock feathers attached to it, with the belief that even 100 people cannot lift the hillock apart from the designated devotee.
And it should be noted that we will be seeing a specific act of Bakti Kadi later in this Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession today. As we mentioned, it is very connected to Sri Lankan culture related to Lord Kataragama. Next in line is yet another unique dance performance, which is very much connected with Lord Kataragama. And this is a peacock dance, and these dancers are being trained and led by Mr. Mahesh Veerasekara.
Indeed, Pasasna, the vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many with the peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as a unique creation of nature due to its distinct features of physical appearance. But the speciality of peacock in this Perahara is beyond its attraction, as this dance depicts the beauty of the peacock as the godly vehicle of Lord Kataragama.
The peacock is in fact depicted in traditional Sri Lankan upcountry dancing in the Peacock Symphony known as the Mayuravanana, that uses traditional upcountry dance movements to illustrate the charming beauty of the peacock. But this dance is rather a creative dance that is not connected with the Sri Lankan Mayuravanana, but instead much similar to the Malayalam dance that is rooted to the South Indian states of Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
it is important to note that these instruments too show the South Indian influence which has been given to this particular Perahara. And this dance item is the Bakti Kadi that we mentioned earlier, which is done by the devotees. And this Bakti Kadi dance performance is led by Mr. Deshan Nipun of Nipuna Aesthetic Academy, Kamburupitiya.
The religious city of Kataragama shall never experience an hour that does not tune this music, as most of the pilgrims who flock to the city of Kataragama consider performing a Kavadi dance around the sacred site as a part of their venerated offering, as well as thanking to their wishes that are granted by the Divine Lord, Kataragama. Pasasna, in fact, this offering has no barrier of age, gender, race, religion, or social economic class, as Lord Kataragama is undoubtedly venerated by all people alike regardless of differentiation.
And also, Kanishka, we should mention that any festival that is linked with Lord Kataragama shall never be complete without this energetic, bustling vibrance of Kavadi.
Indeed.
And following the troupe of Bhakti Kavadi dancers, this is the arrival of a peacock cart, which symbolizes its affiliation with the Lord Kataragama. And this is the first actually it is a Nayandi dance troupe. And this Nayandi dance troupe is trained and led by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar Rantunga.
In fact, we can see the Nayandi head turban turned into red color to show the relationship between the color red with Lord Kataragama.
Exactly. Lord Kataragama is known as the Lord of War, and to depict that extreme power and strength he is believed to possess, is believed to be possessing, we can see this red color in most of the dance acts and performances, as well as on the clothes of the elephants in this particular procession. side to side to the drum beats and the music. This is the she-elephant Sudumanike, who belongs to Mr. Buddhika Miriyalla of Kegol. And this is the West Dance Troupe, who are bringing us the message that the most awaited moment of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahara is about to be witnessed. And this particular West Dance Troupe is being trained and led by Mr. Gayashan Malagammana of Malagammana Aesthetic Academy.
As we mentioned before, we consider Lord Kataragama as the god of war, and it is believed to be the divine force behind the ancient king Duttugamamu in his battle against the Chola invaders of the Dravidian king Elara. The present Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala, in fact, is a commitment of the vow that was made by King Duttugamamu, who built the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala, inaugurated its Asala festival that commemorates the divine marriage between god Kataragama and goddess Valli, and commanded that the procession needs to be held annually regardless of any circumstance.
Ceremonial elephant who will be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama would be the elephant Asala, who belongs to Reverend Katugastota Sarada Thero, the chief incumbent of Pirisyala Purana Rajamahawihara, and he will be accompanied by the elephant Giriulle Bibila and the elephant Hadala, who belongs to the Venerable Higgoda Chandima Theru, the chief incumbent of Hadala Purana Rajamaha Vihara.
In fact, we discussed many different reasons as to how the Perahara of Kataragama Devala is much different to the rest of the procession. And another such reason is the Nageswaram ensemble that creates the South Indian music offering ahead of the ceremonial elephant who shall carry the godly ornaments of God Kataragama. Also, unlike the other four Devala shrines, the chief priest or the Iyer of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy that you are seeing on the screen right now is not of Sinhalese origin, but he is in fact an Indian national who is of traditional Brahmanic lineage.
and he is delegated to perform this venerative task since many generations, where it was his father who performed his duty before him. And this is the ceremonial elephant, the elephant Esala, accompanied by the elephants Giriulle Bibila and Hadala, who are carrying and accompanying the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama. You are now witnessing the elegance of the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahara 2024, and this is Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession. And following the ceremonial elephant and the accompanying Dala elephants, this is the second West troop of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession. This particular West troop is again being led and trained by the same person, Mr. Gayashan Malagamana of Malagamana Islamic Academy, and this West troop will be accompanying the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, who is being represented by the Basnayaka Nilame of Wallahaguda Sri Kataragama Devala, the Honorable Srimad Bandara Valiter. The Basnayaka Nilame of Vallahawadu Sri Kataragama Devala, Honorable Srimat Bandara Valivita, gracing the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024.
We can see the similar representation of the pearl umbrella surrounded by the army of guards to show the respect to the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Kataragama Devala.
Exactly, Kanishkar. And as it marks the end of Sri Kataragama Devala, this is the beginning of the Sri Patini Devala Perahara of the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024.
The Sri Patini Devala in Kandy is the only shrine of the Kandian Satara Devalaya that is dedicated to the virtuous goddess Patini, who is also the only female representation among the guardian deities of the sacred tooth ruling. This Devalaya is located in the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, which can be easily reached via the Deva Vidya, and is separated from the Sri Natha Devala from the ancient Vidya, which used to be the resting grounds of the royal elephants.
And we mentioned that the three gods and the goddess were ordered according to the order of them attaining the Buddhahood. So that is why we see these Buddhist flag bearers often as the commencing acts of the Perahara. And this particular Buddhist flag bearers were represented by the Civil Defence Department of Sri Lanka, and following them, this is the official heavy troupe of Sri Patini Devala, who are being trained and led by Mr. M.G. Palita Nishankal, Mr. M.G. Sirisena and Mr. M.G. Premadasa.
It is believed that the Sri Patini Devala is at least 4 centuries old, as there are written evidence of a Perahara that had been held during the reign of King Rajasingha II. According to the folklore, the statue of goddess Patini at this Devala was brought from the Maligawa Patini Devala during the time of King Vimaladharma Surya I. Even today, the statues at Maligawa Devala and the Kandy looks very similar, and this evidence suggests that the Sri Patini Devala in Kandy goes back to the 16th century in history.
On the mount of the first elephant of Sri Patini Devala procession, we now see the Gajayaka Nilame of Sri Patini Devala, and this particular elephant is the elephant Isuru of Mahiyangana, and Isuru belongs to the Venerable Urulavatte Dhammarakita Theru, the chief incumbent of Mahiyangana Rajamaha Viharaya.
The Gajayaka Nilame of Sri Patini Devala is also a descendant of the same lineage who have been gracing the procession of goddess Patini across many generations since the history of Esala Perahera.
And following the Gajayaka Nilame, this is a female dance troupe, actually the first female dance troupe that we will be seeing in today's Perahara. And they are performing a traditional upcountry dance together, and it is very important to note that it is in this Patini Devala procession that we are seeing female dancers taking part in the Perahara, as goddess Patini herself is the only female representation among the 4 deities to whom the 4 Satara Maha Devalaya are dedicated. And the second elephant of the Patini Devala procession is the she-elephant Manike, who belongs to Mr. Anura Kempetier of Kulpane. Manike is carrying an official who's holding a Buddhist flag. And next up, we are seeing the arrival of a Paturu dance troupe who are being trained and led by Mr. Nishant Sangeet of Navaranga Aesthetic Academy of Galnava.
The shrine devoted to the goddess Patini in Kandy is a simple, small rectangular building on the usual stone platform. As we mentioned before, it consists of 4 compartments, including the traditional Kandyan roof adorns, golden entrance to the chamber, and charming elegance that makes this Devalaya a simple but beautiful shrine that is home to many devotees who flock to this Kandyan shrine to worship goddess Patini.
And with that being said, this is the she-elephant Maharagama Sita, who belongs to Mr. S.M. Roshan Samarakwadi of Maharagama. And following Sita, this is the arrival of a Kulu dance troupe, Kulla, which is the willowing fan in English, is a domestic tool or an equipment used by many women, Sri Lankan women, since the ancient times. And even though we can't see this equipment that much in the present days, we can see how Perahara traditions have been safeguarding these pictures and images of villages and the women in ancient villages engaging in their daily routines of domestic tasks using these equipments.
In fact, the fascinating point being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant, this segment of Perahara not just celebrates the virtues of goddess Patini, but it also celebrates the greatness of women and their value to the existence of this world.
Exactly, Kanishka. And this is yet another dance performance which elaborates the feminine touch which has been added to this special pageant today. This dance act is a color dance performance, color, which is a water pot in English. It elaborates the feminine beauty and the elegance of women who are engaged again in domestic tasks like bringing water from the well or the river. And as we mentioned earlier as well, this dance act too adds and provides the specific colors of femininity as the only Perahara, or as the only pageant among the Satara Maha Devala processions, which idealizes and which glorifies the elegance and the beauty of women. Next up, coming towards us in a calm, serene and a peaceful manner, we now sing the she elephant Sutti, who belongs to Mr. Premasiri Kaluarachi of Habarana. And the next dance act for tonight's Patini Devala procession is the female version of Nandi dance, and this dance troupe is being represented by Ketumati Dancing Academy of Murutalava.
The cult of goddess Patini narrates many amusing stories which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth story, which is popular as Sub-Patini, where it reveals the 7 different ways in which she has been born, which includes the story of goddess Patini being born out of a mango, dewdrop, cobra tear, shawl, fire and lightning. The cult of Sub-Patini is also challenged with a different variant which illustrates 12 birds known as the Dolos Patini Upak.
And yes, this is the arrival of the Pantheru dance troupe, who are being represented by the Jayashani Aesthetic Academy of Gorakadenia. Pantheru is a very special and significant instrument and a dance performance when it comes to the legend of goddess Patini as well as Sri Maha Patini Devala procession. The performers are not just seen dancing but also chanting several verses which are distinguished as Pantheru Kavi or poetry associated with the Pantheru dance. One such prominent verse named Sitlesanova describes all affiliations to the goddess, to the Pantheru, including its resemblance as a chakra and as the anklet of goddess Patini. Therefore, as we mentioned before, Pantheru is certainly a performance that is infused with dancing, singing and playing, which makes this Pantheru dance very special to Sri Patini Devala procession.
And another important fact to notice is that goddess Patini is also known as Kannagi Amman in Tamil folklore, where we find many kovils in Sri Lanka that are built by Sri Lankan Hindus to pay respect to their faith of goddess Patini as Kannagi Amman.
And the next elephant we are seeing on the screen is the she-elephant Manike, who belongs to Mrs. Shriyani Gunawardana of Dangovita. Manike too is a frequent participant in Kandy Esala Perahera.
And perhaps now goddess Patini is much popular among the Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason why many Sri Lankans from low country healing rituals, including the Gaman Madu, Deval Madu and Pahan Madu, have accepted its deity as goddess Patini.
So this is the arrival of the West Dance Troupe, who are being trained and led by Mr. Mithun Bandara of Mithun Bandara Aesthetic Academy, Watapulur. And they're assigned with the auspicious task of welcoming the upcoming arrival of the ceremonial elephant who will be carrying the godly ornaments of goddess Patini.
The popularity of the ceremonies which I mentioned before can only be agreed by an eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire night sleepless in the ritual grounds to experience and worship this miraculous power of healing.
As we are about to witness the most awaited moment of Sri Patini Devala procession, let us mention the ceremonial elephants who will be carrying the godly ornaments of goddess Patini. The ceremonial elephant today would be the elephant Mangala, who belongs to Mr. Udaragalapatti of Giyulla. And Mangala will be accompanied by the she-elephant Parami, who belongs to Mr. Samantha Vijayamana of Mathakuda, as well as the she-elephant Manike, who belongs to Mr. R.S.U. Nishankal, the former mayor of Kegol. This is the most awaited moment of Sri Patini Devala procession. Let us take a moment to worship, pay our respect to the godly ornaments of goddess Patini. And following that, this is the entrance of the second West Troupe, who are being led and trained by represented by the Chandana Aesthetic Academy of Matali, and they will be welcoming the arrival of the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Patini Devala. And the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Patini Devala will be today represented by two Basnayaka Nilames of affiliated Patini Devalas in Kandy.
Goddess Patini is also affiliated as a goddess of prosperity, and the said virtue of prosperity is symbolized in this Perahara in the form of the agrarian dance that we saw before, which depicts the roots of prosperity in our economy. Pasasna, another important fact is that early in the Kumbal festivities we saw the same Perahara, the Devala Peraharas, being represented by the Nayandi dancers. But here we see the West dancers joining in the Randoli festivities. So this is the speciality of what Randoli festivities have in the Kandy Esala Perahera.
Exactly, Kanishka. In fact, it is very special that we see a lot of West dance troupes in Randoli processions. Today, the Sri Patini Devala procession will be graced by the Basnayaka Nilame of Ambukka Patini Devala, Honorable Ryan Bandara Walisundara, and the Basnayaka Nilame of Alavataguda Saman Devala, Honorable Vashina Bandara Kulutunga. Marks the end of Sri Patini Devala procession with the Basnayaka Nilames gracing the procession.
It is the custom that 4 palanquins which are called Randoli in Sinhalese, are being carried right at the end of processions during the 5 nights of Randoli Peraharas. The 4 flanquins represent the Queen's identity in the Perahara, and they are in fact the 4 Devalas of Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Patini.
With the hope of meeting you again, the 4th Randoli procession, which will be taking place tomorrow, let us mark the end of today's Randoli procession.
And that marks the end of the 3rd Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. May our country prosper. Dalada Samindu Pihitai.